Damn.
And I said, Romeo, take me somewhere with
Beginner steps. Step 1. Working yarn, top loops of a stitch. Yarn, Thailand. Single crochet stitch. Round. The exchange of 2 rounds. Step 2. Please search basic stitch. First learn the basic stitch, how to crochet. Step 3. How to read the pattern. Which part of the doll? Which round? Repeat 6 sets of crochet, each set of pattern is 2 single crochet and 1 increase dot after each set of crochets is finished. It changes from 3 stitches in the previous circle to 4 stitches in the circle, because each group has hooked the increase. Total number of stitches in the round. Step 4. Please scan the code to enter the product number. Follow us step by step to explore the fun of crochet. LuNuaFvy hope your crochet journey is easy and happy. If we are not good enough in any aspect, please leave a message below the tutorial. We will continue to improve. Thank you for your support and suggestions. Now let's crochet this very delicate, lovely, beautiful dragon. Let me show you in green. First crochet from the head. Then the vault Y. Then 2 horns on the head. Then 2 ears. Then 2 hands and 2 feet. A pair of wings. 2 tail fins. Finally, assemble Y. Now follow us step by step to complete this beautiful dragon. Now let's talk to you about how do you think about this instruction. First, this part. This part is a comparison table of the abbreviations and full names of the basic stitches. It's an abbreviation. That's the full name. Every basic stitch. We all have a detailed tutorial. You can search the basic truth method to see. Then there's the specific stitch. This is the part. Here are the colors. This is the number of laps. This is the pattern for each circle. Here we use the abbreviation symbol of VOV to represent. Like the first lap. It's 6 single crochet hooks in a magic circle. There are 6 stitches. The actual hook is going to be changed like this. You hook a chain stitch before you hook the first single crochet. Tighten the coil after the 6 single crochet hooks. Hook another shaped stitch to finish the circle. That completes the first lap. That means each turn starts with a chain stitch. Hook this circle again for specific patterns. Finally hook a shaped stitch to finish the circle. Let's look at the second circle. The instruction is 6 increase stitches. There are 12 stitches in all. What we do is we hook a chain stitch. Hook another 6 increase stitches. Finally hook a ship stitch to finish the circle. There are 12 stitches when this circle is finished. Because this chain stitch is not a single stitch. Finally, ship stitch is not a single stitch. Only the middle part counts as a stitch. Now we come to the third lap. The third lap is made up of 6 sets of a single crochet and an increase stitch. There are 3 stitches after each set of hooks. Increase stitch is 2 single crochet hooks in the same stitch. So after an increase stitch is hooked, there are 2 stitches. This set of hooks is finished with 3 stitches. There are 6 sets of hooks. So after this loop is done, there are 18 stitches in all. Again, we hook specific patterns before we start. First, hook a chain stitch. After the specific 6 sets of patterns, hook another ship stitch to finish the circle. So that's how you read this instruction, right? So here's the picture 1 that's right here in the picture. Picture 2 is here. The more complicated part, we'll also add a graph to illustrate this in more detail. Later improved version. Also 3 different colors. Help us separate each circle. Each color represents a different number of turns. For example, this color represents the first circle. This color represents the second circle. Each symbol represents a specific stage. This has been explained in detail above. Look at this. Now let's combine this picture. This is an instruction. There is also a tutorial to crochet together. You can do something like this. Take the beginning of the chain stitch and the ship stitch at the end of each turn. Before hook, let's weigh the wool first. Now it's 4 or 6 grams. After hook, let's weigh the rest of the yarn. Because the amount of yarn we have is enough for everyone to try and error. So you can safely try. Now let's start crocheting. To keep the yarn from falling apart, it's best to wrap the outside wire around a few times. Tighten up the ball of wool. and then pull a hook through the middle here. We'll draw the line from the middle. That way, the outside yarn won't get scattered. And then we'll teach you how to hold wool. The first is to use the tail finger. Winding yarn. Then these two fingers hold the wool. Through this one place to control the tightness of the yarn. Then put the wool on the three fingers. Hold the wool in this hand. Then take the crochet hook. We can take a crochet hook like this. You can also hold the crochet hook like this. So we can start crocheting. This is what the crochet process looks like. A crochet hook with a string like this. Take this hook and hold the line. Now let's hook the head first. The head is from above, here. It was hooked in a direction like this. The first is to do a magic circle. Then hook a chain stitch inside the magic circle. 6 single crochet. Tighten the coil and hook a ship stitch. There are 6 stitches in this circle. Now we're going to hook the first loop. Start with a magic circle. The magic circle combines these two fingers. Wrap the thread around 2 fingers twice. So you have a circle here like this. Let's get this circle over here. Take this hand and wind it the same way. Take the circle over to the hand. Now this is forming a circle. The crochet hook goes through the circle. Crochet hook a coil over here. Now it looks like this. This is a magic circle. Then hook a chain stitch. A chain stitch is a crochet hook wound around the thread. The crochet hook takes this coil out of this coil on the crochet hook. It forms a V-shaped shape here. It's a chain stitch. Each circle vagins before the hook pattern. We will start with a chain stitch like this. But this one chain stitch doesn't count as one stitch in the circle. And then we hook the pattern of this circle. That's 6 single crochet hooks. Now for the first single crochet. The crochet hook goes through the circle. Crochet hook a coil over here. The wire has 2 coils on the crochet hook. Crochet hook another coil. Take this coil out of these 2 coils. So you have a V-shaped shape here. This V-shaped stitch is the first single crochet stitch. The first stitch of every turn. We all use marker buttons. Give him a mark. That was the first single crochet. And then we hook down. The hook process we can use looks like this. These 2 hands grip this side of the circle. This hand holds the circle. So we hook inside this circle. The second single crochet. The crochet hook goes through the circle. Hook a coil over here. Now there are 2 coils on the crochet hook. Crochet hook another coil. Bring out the 2 coils on the crochet hook. A second V-shaped shape is formed here. That's the second single crochet stitch. Then hook a third single crochet. And fourth single crochet. And fifth single crochet. The sixth single crochet. We'll count them when we're done. It's not 6 V-shaped. So I'm done with the first circle. Now let's tighten the coil. Stretch this coil on the crochet hook. Remove the crochet hook. The method of winding is, let's take a look. There are 2 wires here. There is a thread here. Let's pull this thread. See which of these 2 circles is moving. It's this circle that's moving. Let's just pull this one loop. This side V wire the thread. These 2 fingers pinch the fabric. Pull like this. Pull hard. This is what it looks like when you're done. Try to pull it to the center. There's no space here. This is what it looks like after you pull it. This is the thread. Now we pull the wire again. Finish this thread. That's the end of the coil. Cut this thread, again. This completes the winding. And then we put the crochet hook back into the circle. Pull the thread back. Hand again hold up the wool. Then crochet it down. A ship stitch is hooked for each turn. To finish the circle, ship stitch is hooked here on the first stitch of the circle. The goal is to close the circle. Now let's take off the marker. The crochet hook goes through this pin of the marked buckle. Hook on, ship stitch. The ship stitch is hooked like this. Crochet hook directly hooks the coil. Take this coil straight out of the crochet hook and take this coil straight through. This is the stitch of a ship stitch. Because of this one ship stitch, not counting one stitch in the circle, so we tighten the stitch. Make it smaller. The way to tighten it is to pinch the fabric with this hand. Hold the crochet hook over here. Pull in this direction. So this one stitch becomes very small. That's the end of the first loop. You can count them. There are 6 stitches in this circle. The last ship stitch is not a single stitch. This one when we're on the next loop. Don't worry about it. Next lap, we did it on these 6 stitches. Now the first lap is done. Then we hook the second loop. First hook a chain stitch. A chain stitch is a crochet hook wound around the thread. The crochet hook takes the coil out of the crochet hook. A V-shaped shape is formed here. This is V-shaped. It's a chain stitch. Just before we hook the pattern around each circle, you have to hook a chain stitch like this. This chain stitch is not a single stitch in the circle. Just think of it as a transition. Now we're here on the first pin of the first lap. That is, we add a level. The buckle position here adjacent to hook the second circle of the pattern. The pattern for the second circle is 6 increase stitches. Hook a ship stitch after that. To finish the circle. Now we are in this position. That's the first stitch on the first lap, here. To hook the first increase stitch. Increase stitch is inside the same stitch. Let's hook to single crochet. The crochet hook goes through this pin of the marked buckle. Bring a coil. First there are 2 coils on the crochet hook. Crochet hook another coil. Finish the 2 coils on the crochet hook. This one is a single crochet. we need to vary in the same stitch. Let's hook 2 single crochet. This creates an increased stitch. Crochet hook through the same stitch, again. Hook the second single crochet. This is an increased stitch. It's in the same stitch. That's 2 single crochet hooks in the same hole. This creates 2 stitches. This is an increased stitch. Add a marker button here for the first pin. This is the first stitch as the second turn. The first one standing up is the chain stitch of this circle. Don't worry about this one stitch. Then hook the second increased stitch. This is the second increased stitch. After the hook is finished, there are 2 stitches. The third increased stitch. The fourth increased stitch. The fifth increased stitch. The sixth increased stitch. Sixth increased stitch. After the hook, it's the first circle. Ship stitch here. The stitches of this ship stitch are very small and tight. We're not going to use the hook here. And then next door here is a second chain stitch. Don't worry about that either. You can count if there are 6 V-shaped. After each turn of the hook, we can count the number of stitches. If it turns out to be wrong, let's go back and re-hook. That's the end of the second circle. Remove marker buckle. The crochet hook passes through the mark. Hook a ship stitch. Finish the circle. This is a ship stitch. Tight ship stitch. Pinch fabric. Tighten the crochet hook. This will make the stitches of the ship stitch smaller. 2 turns and the hook is over. There are 12 stitches after the hook. And then we'll hook the third loop. First hook a chain stitch. Hook 6 more sets. A single crochet and an increased stitch. Finally hook a ship stitch. There are 18 stitches in this circle. You remember, these 18 stitches is a chain stitch that does not include the first stitch, and ship stitch the last stitch. Now we're going to hook the first set. Mark the location of the buckle. That's the first stitch from the last circle right here. Hook a single crochet. This is the first stitch of the circle. Marking buckle. Then hook an increased stitch. Increased stitch is 2 single crochet hooks in the same stitch. This is the first single crochet in this stitch. A crochet hook goes through the same stitch. Hook the second single crochet. That's the end of the first set. This is a single crochet with an increase stitch. There are 3 stitches after the hook. That's the first group. And then we hook the second group. A single crochet and increase stitch. The second set of hooks is over. After the hook, there are 3 stitches. The third group had a single crochet and increase stitch. Third set of hooks is over. The fourth group had a single crochet and increase stitch. The fourth set of hooks is over. Fifth directorate, a single crochet and increase stitch. The fifth set is done. Group 6 has a single crochet and an increase stitch. The sixth set is done. On to the last lap. Ship stitch this stitch here. Don't worry about that. Now we can count them. There are 18 stitches. Then hook a ship stitch over the marked buckle. This is a ship stitch. Tight ship stitch. That's the end of the third loop. We'll crochet together according to this rule. We'll pick up the speed in the buck. The fourth turn is to hook a chain stitch. Hook 6 more sets. 2 single crochet and 1 increase stitch. Finally hook a ship stitch. 24 stitches in all. Now let's hook the first group. On the first stitch of the previous circle, which marks the position of the buckle on the first single crochet. It was the first single crochet of the lap, marking buckle. The second single crochet and increase stitch. Increase stitch is 2 single crochet hooks in the same stitch. That's the end of the first set. This is 2 single crochet and 1 increase stitch. After the hook, there are 4 stitches. And then we hook the second group. 2 single crochet and increase stitch. The second set of hooks is over. The third group had 2 single crochet and increase stitch. Third set of hooks is over. Then there are 3 more sets. We'll hook it up together. After 6 sets of hooks, remove marker buckle. A crochet hook ends the loop by hooking a sheep stitch through the marked buckle. Tight sheep stitch. That's the end of the 4th loop. You can count if it's 24 stitches. The 5th turn is to hook a chain stitch. Hook 6 more sets, 3 single crochet and 1 increase stitch. Finally hook a sheep stitch. There are 30 stitches in all. Now let's hook the first group. Hook the first single crochet in place of the marked buckle. Marking buckle. The second single crochet. Third single crochet. And increase stitch. Increase stitch is 2 single crochet hooks in the same stitch. The first set of hooks is over. After the hook, there are 5 stitches. The second group, 3 single crochet. And increase stitch. The second set of hooks is over. The third group had 3 single crochet. And increase stitch. Third set of hooks is over. Then there are 3 more sets. We'll hook it up together. After 6 sets of hooks, remove marker buckle. Mark the location of the buckle. Hook a sheep stitch to finish the circle. Tight sheep stitch. The 5th loop is over. The 6th loop is to hook a chain stitch. Hook 6 more sets, 4 single crochet and 1 increase stitch. Finally hook a sheep stitch. 36 stitches in all. Now let's hook the first group. 4 single crochet. The first single crochet with a marking button, here. The second single crochet. Third single crochet. Fourth single crochet. And increase stitch. That's the end of the first hook. After the hook, there are 6 stitches. Then hook a second set of 4 single crochet. And increase stitch. The second set of hooks is over. Then there are 4 more sets. We'll hook it up together. Remove the marker after 6 sets of hooks. Hook a sheep stitch in place of the marked buckle. To finish the circle, tight sheep stitch. The 6th loop is over. Laps 7 through yarn are the same. You start with a chain stitch. Then hook a single crochet into each stitch. Finally hook a ship stitch. 36 stitches per turn. Now weave edge into hook. Hook the first single crochet in place of the marked buckle. Marking buckle. The second single crochet. Third single crochet. Fourth single crochet. These laps are all single crochet. We'll hook it up together. After the 36 single crochet hooks on the 7th lap, remove marker buckle. Hook a ship stitch at the location of the marked buckle to end the circle. Tight ship stitch. That's the end of the 7th loop. Laps 8 through 12 are the same as lap 7. We'll hook it up together. Remove the marking button after the pattern hook of the 12th circle. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. To finish the circle, tight ship stitch. The 12th hook is over. The 13th turn is to hook a chain stitch. 6 more sets of 4 single crochet in a decrease stitch. Finally hook a ship stitch. There are 30 stitches in all. Now let's hook the first group. For single crochet, mark the first single crochet with a buckle. The second single crochet, third single crochet, fourth single crochet, a decrease stitch. Decrease stitch means to combine two stitches into one stitch. Let's take a look. Each stitch is composed of a V-shaped shape. This is the first half of the stitch. This is the back half of the stitch. Decrease stitch is the first half of a crochet hook to pick 2 stitches. This is crochet hook. Cross the first half of a stitch. Go through the first half of the next stitch. Our crochet hook now has a coil and 2 first half pins. The back-to-back half stitches don't bother. We don't have to worry about the last 2 stitches. Now it's like this. Crochet hook a coil. Take this coil out. The first 2 halves of a crochet hook. Now there are 2 coils on the crochet hook. Crochet hook another coil. Finish these 2 coils. This is a decrease stitch. It's just combining 2 stitches into one stitch. That's the end of the first set. After the hook, there are 5 stitches. Decrease stitch after the hook. Let's pull it like this. Make sure it's this one stitch. We just hooked. So then we are on this one stitch. Start hooking down. Tell which stitch is hooked and which is not. And the way it works is like this. After pulling, this thread that's being pulled. The one that's already hooked. So we start with the next stitch. Now let's hook the second group. For single crochet, a decrease stitch. Decrease stitch is the first half of a crochet hook to pick 2 stitches. Crochet hook a coil. Bring out the 2 first half stitches. A crochet hook with a second coil. Finish the remaining 2 coils. That's a decrease stitch. That's the end of the second set. A third group of 4 single crochet. A decrease stitch. Third set of hooks is over. Then there are 3 more sets. We'll hook it up together. After 6 sets of hooks, you can count if it's 30 stitches. Remove marker buckle. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. To finish the circle, tie ship stitch. That's the end of the 13th loop. This is what we looked like when we counted laps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 10, 20, 13. The 14th turn is a chain stitch. Hook 6 more sets of 3 single crochet in the decrease stitch. Finally hook a ship stitch. That's 24小节 no. Now let's hook the first group. 3 single crochet. The first single crochet with a marker buckle. The second single crochet. Third single crochet. A decrease stitch. After the first set of hooks, there are 4 stitches. The second group of 3 single crochet. A decrease stitch. The second set of hooks is over. The third group. 3 single crochet. A decrease stitch. Third set of hooks is over. Then there are 3 more sets. We'll hook it up together. Remove the marker after 6 sets of hooks. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. To finish the circle, tight ship stitch. The 14th loop is over. The 15th turn is to hook a chain stitch. Hook 6 more sets of 2 single crochet and 1 decrease stitch. Finally hook a ship stitch. There are 18 stitches in this circle. Now let's hook the first group. 2 single crochet. Mark the first single crochet with a buckle. The second single crochet. A decrease stitch. After the first set of hooks, there are 3 stitches. The second group. 2 single crochet. A decrease stitch. The second set of hooks is over. Then there are 4 more sets. We'll hook it up together. Remove the marker after 6 sets of hooks. Mark the location of the buckle. Hook a ship stitch to finish the circle. Tight ship stitch. Because the head hook is down here, so we hook another ship stitch. Leave a line. You can leave about 10 inches of wool. Because it's a thread we can use to sew hook. So leave it long and then break it. Now the head is complete. There is no closure here. Now we add the filler cotton. The process of filling cotton. Try to make the fabric as even as possible. Fill with padded cotton. In the shape we want. We just pinch it where it's not round. That's all you need to add the filler. This completes the head. Now let's hook this part. It starts right here in the tail. It's crocheted in the direction of the body. First, the first lap is like the head. Start with a magic circle. The way to do a magic circle is to combine the 2 fingers. Wrap the thread around 2 fingers twice. Take the circle that was formed. Hold the line with your hand. Get the circle back. Now the crochet hook goes through the circle. Crochet hook a coil over here. This creates a magic circle. Now let's hook a chain stitch. Crochet hook a coil. Bring out this coil from the crochet hook. It's a chain stitch. Then hook for single crochet. The crochet hook goes through the circle. Hook the first single crochet. This completes the first single crochet. Put a marker button here on the first single crochet. Then hook the second single crochet. Third single crochet. Fourth single crochet. That's the end of the first circle. Count if it's V-shaped. Now tighten the coil. Stretch this thread first. Put down the crochet hook. The way to rewind the coil is to pull the end of the wire. Look which circle is moving. Pull the loop of the hole again. Pull the side next to the thread. This will finish the coil. And then we pull on this thread. Finish this thread. Now I've finished winding the coil. Cut the thread. And then we keep going down the hook. Remove marker buckle. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. To finish the circle, tight ship stitch. The first hook is over. Right after the hook, there are 4 stitches. Laps 2 through 4 are the same. You start with a chain stitch. Then hook a single crochet into each stitch. Finally hook a ship stitch. Each circle is 4 stitches. Now let's hook the second loop first. Hook the first single crochet in place of the marked buckle. Marking buckle. The second single crochet. In the process of crocheting, let's just pop this one out front. Then hook. For single crochet, after hook. Remove marker buckle. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. To finish the circle, tight ship stitch. The second loop is over. After the hook, it has a shape like this. Then the third to the fourth lap. It's the same as the second lap. We'll hook it up together. After the hook is done, it becomes a long strip. This is the tail. Hook the process, because the circle is small. So we're careful not to go through the other stitches. That's the end of the third single crochet. Remove marker buckle. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. To finish the circle, tight ship stitch. The third loop is over. The fourth lap is the same as the third. We'll hook it up together. Remove the marker after the fourth single crochet. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. To finish the circle, tight ship stitch. The fourth loop is over. The fifth turn is to hook a chain stitch. Hook 2 more sets, a single crochet and an increase stitch. Finish with a single crochet. Finally hook a ship stitch. There are 6 stitches in this circle. Now let's hook the first group. Hook the first single crochet in place of the marked buckle. Marking buckle. And increase stitch. Increase stitch is 2 single crochet hooks in the same stitch. That's the end of the first hook. After the hook, there are 3 stitches. The second group, a single crochet, and increase stitch. The second set of hooks is over. Remove marker buckle. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. To finish the circle, tight ship stitch. You can count if there are 6 stitches after the hook. The fifth loop is over. Laps 6 through 7 are the same. You start with a chain stitch. Then hook a single crochet into each stitch. Finally hook a ship stitch. Each circle is 6 stitches. Now hook the first single crochet in place of the marked buckle. Marking buckle. The second single crochet. Third single crochet. Fourth single crochet. Fifth single crochet. The sixth single crochet. Remove marker buckle. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. Tight ship stitch. The 7th and 6th hooks are over. The 7th and 6th laps are the same. We'll hook it up together. Six single crochet on lap 7. Remove the marking clasp after the hook. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. To finish the circle, tight ship stitch. The 7th loop is over. The 8th loop is to hook a chain stitch. Hook 3 more sets of a single crochet and an increase stitch. Finally hook a ship stitch. There are 9 stitches in this circle. Now let's hook the first group. Hook the first single crochet in place of the marked buckle. Marking buckle. And increase stitch. Increase stitch is 2 single crochet hooks in the same stitch. The first set of hooks is over. After the hook, there are 3 stitches. The second group. A single crochet. And increase stitch. The third group had a single crochet. And increase stitch. After 3 sets of hooks, count if there are 9 stitches. Remove marker buckle. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. To finish the circle, tight ship stitch. The 8th circle is over. The 9th loop starts with a chain stitch. Then hook a single crochet into each stitch. Finally hook a ship stitch. There are 9 stitches in this circle. Hook the first single crochet in place of the marked buckle. Marking buckle. The second single crochet. Third single crochet. This lap is all single crochet. We'll hook it up together. Remove the marking clasp after the hook. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. Tight ship stitch. The 9th loop is over. The 10th turn is to hook a chain stitch. Hook 3 more sets of 2 single crochet and 1 increase stitch. Finally hook a ship stitch. There are 12 stitches in this circle. Now let's hook the first group. 2 single crochet. Mark the first single crochet with a buckle. And increase stitch. Increase stitch is 2 single crochet hooks in the same stitch. That was after the first set of hooks. 4 stitches. The second group. 2 single crochet. and increase stitch. The third group had 2 single crochet. And increase stitch. After 3 sets of hooks, you can count whether it is 12 stitches. Remove marker buckle. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. Tight ship stitch. The 10th hook is over. On the 11th turn, a chain stitch is hooked. Hook a single crochet on each stitch. Finally hook a ship stitch. There are 12 stitches in the circle. Hook the first single crochet in place of the marked buckle. Marking buckle. The second single crochet. Third single crochet. This lap is all single crochet. We'll hook it up together. After 12 single crochet hooks, remove marker buckle. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. To finish the circle, tight ship stitch. The 11th circle is over. The 12th turn is to hook a chain stitch. Hook 3 more sets of 3 single crochet and 1 increase stitch. Finally hook a ship stitch. There are 15 stitches in the circle. Now let's hook the first group. 3 single crochet. And increase stitch. After the first set of hooks, there are 5 stitches. The second group of 3 single crochet. And increase stitch. After the second hook, there's 1 more. We'll hook it up together. After the hook, you can count if it's 15 stitches. Remove marker buckle. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. Tight ship stitch. That's the end of the 12th loop. The 13th turn is to hook a chain stitch. Hook 3 more sets of 4 single crochet and 1 increase stitch. Finally hook a ship stitch. There are 18 stitches in this circle. Now let's hook the first group. 4 single crochet. and increase stitch. After the first set of hooks, there are 6 stitches. The second group of 4 were single crochet. And increase stitch. The second set of hooks is over. A third group of 4 single crochet. And increase stitch. Count if there are 18 stitches when you're done. Remove marker buckle. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. Tight ship stitch. That's the end of the 13th loop. This is the tail. And then we start to hook the body part down. The 14th turn is a chain stitch. Then hook the single crochet in the first half of the previous turn. That's when the hook. The crochet hook only goes through the first half of each stitch. Leave the last half of the needle alone. Cross the first half of the needle to hook a single crochet. Finish with a ship stitch. There are 18 stitches in this circle. Now we begin to hook. The crochet hook is threaded through the front half of this stitch at the mark. Hook the first single crochet. Let's see that there's a chain stitch there. You have to hook a chain stitch and a single crochet. Crochet hook through the first half of the first stitch of the previous loop. You don't need to worry about the back half of the needle. Hook the first single crochet. Marking buckle. After hook, this is what's left of the last half of the needle. And then we pick the first half down. Hook a single crochet. Pick the first half. Hook a single crochet. This will leave the back half of the needle. The whole circle is hooked like this. We'll hook it up together. After 18 single crochet hooks, take a look. There's gonna be this second half left in there. This circle of such a shape. Remove marker buckle. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. tight ship stitch. That's the end of the 14th loop. The 15th turn is to hook a chain stitch. Hook 6 more sets of 2 single crochet and 1 increase stitch. Finally hook a ship stitch. There are 24 stitches in this circle. Now let's hook the first group. 2 single crochet. Add a marker buckle to the first single crochet. The second single crochet. And increase stitch. After the first set of hooks, there are 4 stitches. The second group had 2 single crochet. And increase stitch. The second set of hooks is over. Then there are 4 more sets. We'll hook it up together. After 6 sets of hooks, remove marker buckle. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. Tight ship stitch. So the 15th loop is done. You can count them. The 16th turn is to hook a chain stitch. Hook 6 more sets of 3 single crochet and 1 increase stitch. Finally hook a ship stitch. There are 30 stitches in this circle. Now we hook the first group of 3 single crochet. And increase stitch. After the first set of hooks, there are 5 stitches. The second group, 3 single crochet. And increase stitch. The second set of hooks is over. Then there are 4 more sets. We'll hook it up together. After 6 sets of hooks, remove marker buckle. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. To finish the circle, tight ship stitch. The 16th loop is over. Laps 17 through 22 are the same. You start with a chain stitch. Then hook a single crochet into each stitch. Finally hook a ship stitch. There are 30 stitches in each circle. Hook the first single crochet in place of the marked buckle. Marking buckle. The second single crochet. On third single crochet. These laps are all single crochet. We'll hook it up together. After 30 single crochet hooks on the 17th lap, remove marker buckle. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. Tight ship stitch. That's the end of the 17th loop. And then laps 18 through R are the same as laps 17. We'll hook them up together. After the 30 single crochet hooks of the 22nd turn, remove marker buckle. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. Tight ship stitch. The 22nd hook is done. The 23rd turn is to hook a chain stitch. Hook 6 more sets. 3 single crochet and a decrease stitch. Finally hook a ship stitch. 24 stitches in all. Now let's hook the first group. 3 single crochet. Add a marker buckle to the first single crochet. The second single crochet. Third single crochet. A decrease stitch. Decrease stitch means to combine 2 stitches into 1 stitch. A crochet hook is made by threading the first half of both stitches at the same time. Just leave the last half of the needle alone. Now we're going to hook a decrease stitch. Crochet hook through the first half of the first stitch. The crochet hook is then threaded through the first half of the next stitch. Crochet hook a coil. Bring out the 2 first half stitches. A crochet hook with a second coil. Finish the remaining 2 coils. That's a decrease stitch. It's just combining 2 stitches into 1 stitch. The first set of hooks is over. After the hook, there are 4 stitches. The second group of 3 single crochet. A decrease stitch. The second set of hooks is over. The third group had 3 single crochet. A decrease stitch. Third set of hooks is over. Then there are 3 more sets. We'll hook it up together. After the 6th set of hooks, remove marker buckle. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. Tight ship stitch. The 23rd hook is over. The 24th turn is to hook a chain stitch. Then hook a single crochet into each stitch. Finally hook a ship stitch. There are 24 stitches in this circle. Hook the first single crochet in place of the marked buckle. Marking buckle. The second single crochet. Third single crochet. Fourth single crochet. This lap is all single crochet. We'll hook it up together. Remove the single crochet when you're done. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. Tight ship stitch. The 24th turn of the hook is over. The 25th turn is a chain stitch. Hook 3 more sets of 6 single crochet and a decrease stitch. Finally hook a ship stitch. There are 21 stitches in this circle. Now we hook the first group of 6 single crochet. A decrease stitch. Decrease stitch means to decrease the first half of 2 stitches. A crochet hook has a coil attached to it. Finish the 2 first half stitches. A crochet hook with a second coil. Finish the rest of the coil. That's a decrease stitch. After the first set, there are 7 stitches. The second group of 6 single crochet. A decrease stitch. The second set of hooks is over. And then there's another set. We'll hook it up together. Remove the marker after the third set of hooks. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. Tight ship stitch. The 25th turn of the hook is over. The 26th turn is to hook a chain stitch. Then hook a single crochet into each stitch. Finally hook a ship stitch. There are 21 stitches in this circle. Hook the first single crochet in place of the marked buckle. Marking buckle. The second single crochet. Third single crochet. This lap is all single crochet. We'll hook it up together. Remove the marking clasp after the hook. Mark the location of the buckle. Hook a ship stitch. Tight ship stitch. 26th turn of the hook is over. The 27th turn is to hook a chain stitch. Hook 3 more sets, 5 single crochet and 1 decrease stitch. Finally hook a ship stitch. There are 18 stitches in all. Now let's hook the first set of 5 single crochet. A decrease stitch. After the first set of hooks, there are 6 stitches. The second group of 5 will single crochet. A decrease stitch. The second set of hooks is over, and then there's another set. We'll hook it up together. Remove the marking clasp after the hook. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. Tight ship stitch. The 27th loop of the hook is finished. The 28th to the 30th laps are the same. You start with a chain stitch. Then hook a single crochet into each stitch. Finally hook a ship stitch. Each round is 18 stitches. Hook the first single crochet in place of the marked buckle. Marking buckle. The second single crochet. Third single crochet. These laps are all single crochet. We'll hook it up together. After the 28th round of 18 single crochet hooks, remove marker buckle. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. Tight ship stitch. That's the 18th turn of the hook. And then laps 29 through 30 are the same as laps 28. We'll hook it up together. After the third loop of the single crochet, remove marker buckle. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. Tight ship stitch. That's the end of the hook. So here we hook another ship stitch. Leave the line and break it. Because we left enough wool on our heads. So you don't have to leave too much wool here. Now let's hide this thread. This is how you hide a thread. Displace on ship stitch. Make a stitch in the first stitch. Make another stitch on the back of the stitch. Repeat this for a few stitches. And then hide the thread in. You can put a few more stitches on one side and then break the thread. So the body is complete. If there is such a thing, we just shove it in. Now we add the filler cotton. When you add filler cotton, make sure you add the tail here. We can use crochet hooks to help. This will finish the filling cotton. So the body is complete. Now we use yellow wool. Come hook 2 horns head horns. This is what happens after the hook. Now we wedge into hook. The first is to do a magic circle. Bring the circle. Hold up the wool with this hand. And get the circle hook. The crochet hook goes through the circle. These 2 hands hold the circle apart. Crochet hook a coil. Bring it out of the circle here. This creates a magic circle. And then we hook a chain stitch. Crochet hook a coil. The crochet hook takes the coil out of the crochet hook. It's a chain stitch. Then hook 5 single crochet. The crochet hook goes through the circle. Crochet hook a coil over here. Now there are 2 coils on the crochet hook. Crochet hook another coil. Bring out the 2 coils on the crochet hook. That was the first single crochet. Marking buckle. The second single crochet, hook time, our hand is on the side of the circle. Hold the other side of the circle. The second single crochet. Third single crochet. Fourth single crochet. Fifth single crochet. 5 single crochet. After the hook, count if there are 5 V-shaped. When we're done with the hook, we stretch this coil. Drop the crochet hook to tighten the coil. Pull this thread. See which circle is moving. It's the circle that's moving. Let's just pull this one loop. This side V wider thread. Pull it as tight as you can. When you're done, pull the string. Finish this thread. This will finish winding. Cut off the wire ends. Put the crochet hook back on. Pull the thread back. Hold up the yarn again. Remove marker buckle. The crochet hook passes through the mark. Hook a ship stitch to finish the circle. Tight ship stitch. That's the end of the first loop. The second and third laps are the same. You start with a chain stitch. Then hook a single crochet into each stitch. Finally hook a ship stitch. Each circle is 5 stitches. Hook the first single crochet in place of the marked buckle. Marking buckle. The second single crochet. Third single crochet. Fourth single crochet. Fifth single crochet. After hook, let's just pop this front out. Remove marker buckle. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. Tight ship stitch. That's the end of the second loop. The third lap is the same as the second. We'll hook it up together. Remove the marker after you've hooked the single crochet. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. Tight ship stitch. That's the end of the third loop. Here's the end. We hook another ship stitch. Leave stitched wool. About 10 inches long. Disconnection. This completes the corner on the head. We need to hook two horns all together. If hook has, because crochet hooks don't have the same process tightness, cause the size to be different, we can pull it or press it like this. Make it as big as possible. Now we hook both ears with yellow wool. This is the shape after the hook. Ear pattern. We have two sides here to show you. One is literal. One is graphic. Now let's show you this graph. First of all, what does each of these symbols mean? This has been explained in detail above. This solid ellipse is a ship stitch. The hollow ellipse is a chain stitch. Fork is a single crochet. There are only these three symbols on this pattern. So we're just going to explain these three symbols. And then each color represents a number of turns. This color represents the first circle. This is where we started the first lap. Hook here to return the penultimate chain stitch. Hook ship stitch back here. That completes the first lap. The second circle is this color. The second loop is to hook a chain stitch on the ship stitch from the previous lap. You can look at it here. Pick the first half of the hook for two single crochet hooks. And then the third circle is this color. Hook 3 chain stitch first. Returns the second to last chain stitch. Pick the first half of the hook for 4 ship stitch. In this way, the hook is over on the third turn. And then the fourth lap is this part. Hook out, chain stitch. Then pick the first half of the ship stitch from the previous turn. Let's hook to single crochet. Lap 5 is this part. Hook 3 chain stitch first. Returns the second to last chain stitch. Start picking the first half of the stitch to hook the 4 ship stitches. After the hook, it's over. We'll hook another ship stitch at the end. This is the shape after the hook. It's like a hook along here like this. Now let's start crocheting. The first round starts with 5 chain stitch hooks. Before we hook a chain stitch, we need a slip knot. Then you can hook the chain stitch. Now we're gonna teach you how to tie a slip knot. Cross the lines. Form a circle here. Then thread it through the middle of the circle. Pull out the middle thread. Don't pull it too tight. This creates a slip knot. A crochet hook goes through this circle. Pull the thread back, again. Just pull it down to size. So we can start to hook the chain stitch. Now we hold up the wool with our hands. Hold this thread in your hand. Now we hook 5 chain stitch. A chain stitch is a crochet hook wound around the thread. Take this coil from the crochet hook. Bring out this coil from the crochet hook. This creates a V-shaped shape. This V-shaped is a chain stitch. This is the first chain stitch. We add the mark of buckle. Then hook a second chain stitch. The third chain stitch. The fourth chain stitch. Fifth chain stitch. This is where you end up after the hook. Then we return to the penultimate chain stitch. This is the penultimate chain stitch. This is the penultimate chain stitch. The penultimate chain stitch. We're here on the penultimate chain stitch. Start picking the half stitch to hook for ship stitch. In this place, the crochet hook goes through the penultimate half stitch. Hook the first ship stitch. Ship stitch is a crochet hook wound around the thread. Take this coil directly out of the crochet hook. This is a ship stitch. We add the mark of buckle. Then pick the half stitch down. Hook the second ship stitch. Pick the half stitch down. Hook the third ship stitch. Here we are with the first chain stitch. This is where the button is marked. Pick the half stitch and hook the fourth ship stitch. This is what happens after the hook. That's the first lap. And then the second loop is a chain stitch. First hook a chain stitch. After hook, we're gonna flip it over and hook it. But let's show you before we flip it. This one is from the last circle, the last ship stitch. This one is this one V-shaped by itself. This V-shaped is the hand needle that we just hooked. And then we're going to ship stitch the last lap. That's where you pick the half stitch. Let's hook to single crochet. Here we can put the needle through like this. This one is a chain stitch. Now let's flip the crochet hook. Pick this 1.5 stitches. Did you see that? This one is a chain stitch for the second turn. This half stitch, it's half of the last ship stitch on the first lap. Here we hook a single crochet. Marking buckle. And then we pick the half stitch down. Hook the second single crochet. You can go back and look for it. This half stitch is the press stitch for the next stitch. You can use a needle to loosen it first. Then the crochet hook. Pick this half stitch. Hook the second single crochet. This is the shape after the hook. Now we're here after the second loop. And then the third loop is 3 chain stitch hooks. The first chain stitch, second chain stitch, the third chain stitch. After hook. Now, let's see. This one is the penultimate chain stitch. This is the penultimate chain stitch. We are going to return the penultimate chain stitch. Here we start with 4 ship stitches. The process of hooking is also to pick the half stitch. Now we find this one. It's half of the second to last chain stitch. Let's flip the crochet hook. Hook this 1.5 stitches we found. Hook the first ship stitch. Marking buckle. Then pick the half stitch down. Hook the second ship stitch. We can flip over here when we're looking for the half stitch. This half stitch. Crochet hook this half stitch. Hook the second ship stitch. Then go down and find another half stitch. Hook the third ship stitch. That's where the button goes down. Remove marker buckle. Pick the half stitch where the buckle is marked. Hook the fourth ship stitch. That's what happens after the hook. Now we hook here. That's the end of the third loop. The fourth turn is to hook a chain stitch. Reverse fabric. Pick the half stitch and hook to single crochet. This one is the chain stitch that we just hooked. This one is from the last circle. Half of the last ship stitch. Let's flip it over. Hook the first single crochet. Marking buckle. Find another half stitch down. Crochet hook. Hook this half stitch. Hook the second single crochet. And that brings us here. The fourth lap is complete. 3 chain stitch on the last lap. The first chain stitch. Second chain stitch. The third chain stitch. After hook. Returns the second to last chain stitch. Start picking the half stitch to hook for ship stitch. Let's find the penultimate chain stitch first. This is the penultimate chain stitch. This is the penultimate chain stitch. Pick the half stitch to hook. Then it's all about picking the half stitch and ship stitch. The first ship stitch. We don't need any more markers here, because when we're done here. Then go down and find another half stitch. You can flip it over. This is the half stitch we just hooked. Find another half stitch down. Hook the second ship stitch. Look down for half a stitch. Hook the third ship stitch. Pick the half stitch where the buckle is marked. Hook the fourth ship stitch. That's the end of the fifth loop. We hook another ship stitch. Leave a line. Leave 10 inches of wool. Disconnection. That's the end of one ear. This is the shape after the hook. We're gonna hook 2 ears all together. Now we hook the hands with the body color yarn. This is what it looks like after the hook. The last lap is to put the fabric on. I folded it and hooked it. Now let's start crocheting. The first one is to do a magic circle. Hold up the wall with this hand. Get the circle back. The crochet hook goes through the circle. Crochet hook a coil. Recommend circle. This creates a magic circle. Then hook a chain stitch. Then I hook 6 single crochet hooks. The first single crochet. Marking buckle. The second single crochet. Third single crochet. Fourth single crochet. Fifth single crochet. The sixth single crochet. Tightening coil. Pull this thread. See which circle is moving. It's the loop that's moving. And then pull on this thread. Finish the line. Cut the thread. And then you keep going down the hook. Remove marker buckle. Mark the location of the buckle. Hook up, ship stitch. Tight ship stitch. That's the end of the first loop. The second loop is to hook a chain stitch. Hook 3 more sets, a single crochet and an increase stitch. Finally hook a ship stitch. There are 9 stitches. Now let's hook the first group. A single crochet. Marking buckle. An increase stitch. Increase stitch is 2 single crochet hooks in the same stitch. The first set of hooks is over. After the hook, there are 3 stitches. The second group had a single crochet. An increase stitch. The third group had a single crochet. An increase stitch. After hook, you can count if it's 9 stitches. Just start counting from the button here. Remove marker buckle. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. Tight ship stitch. Let's just pop the front head here. It forms a shape like this. That's the end of the second loop. Loops 3 through 8 are the same. You start with a chain stitch. Then hook a single crochet into each stitch. Finally hook a ship stitch. Each circle is 9 stitches. Nine single crochet. You can count 9 when you're done. Stitch. Remove marker buckle. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. Tight ship stitch. That's the end of the third loop. Loops 4 through 8 are the same as loops 3. We'll hook it up together. Single crochet on the 8th lap. Remove the marking clasp after the hook. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. To finish the circle, tight ship stitch. That's the end of the 8th circle. The 9th loop starts with a chain stitch. Then fold the fabric in half and crochet hook it. Cross both symmetrical stitches at the same time to hook a single crochet. So the first single crochet was made in the first stitch and the last stitch here. Then came the second single crochet, third single crochet, fourth single crochet. There are 4 single crochet hooks. The crochet hook goes through the first stitch and the last stitch. Hook the first single crochet. Hook the second single crochet down. Third single crochet. Fourth single crochet. After hook. This hand is done. Now we hook another shape stitch. Leave 10 inches of wool. Disconnection. So the hand is done. We're gonna hook 2 of them. Now we use the color of the body wool. Hook 5 legs. This is what it looks like after the hook. Add filler cotton before the last loop of the hook. Now we veg into hook. The first is to do a magic circle. Hand up the line. Take back the circle. Crochet hook a coil through the circle. This creates a magic circle. Then hook a chain stitch. Then I hook 6 single crochet hooks. The first single crochet. Marking buckle. The second single crochet. Third single crochet. Fourth single crochet. Fifth single crochet. The sixth single crochet. Tightening coil. Cut the wire end. Back to crochet hook. Remove marker buckle. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. Tight ship stitch. The first hook is over. After the hook, there are 6 stitches. Ship stitch does not count. The second loop is to hook a chain stitch. Next, hook 6 increase stitches. Finally hook a ship stitch. There are 12 stitches in all. Hook the first increase stitch in the position of the marked buckle. Increase stitches 2 single crochet hooks in the same stitch. The first single crochet was hooked here on the stitch. Hook a second single crochet in the same stitch. You end up with 2 stitches. This one is the first stitch in the circle. Marking buckle. The second increase stitch. The third increase stitch. The fourth increase stitch. The fifth increase stitch. The sixth increase stitch. And that's the end of the ship stitch. We don't have to worry about this one. This one is a chain stitch for the circle. Never mind. After hook, we can count if it's 12 stitches. Remove marker buckle. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. To finish the circle, tight ship stitch. The second loop is over. The third loop is to hook a chain stitch. Hook 3 more sets of 3 single crochet and 1 increase stitch. Finally hook a ship stitch. There are 15 stitches in all. Now let's hook the first group. 3 single crochet. And increase stitch. After the first set of hooks, there are 5 stitches. The second group of 3 single crochet. And increase stitch. The second set of hooks is over. The third group had 3 single crochet. And increase stitch. When you're done, count if it's 15 stitches. Remove marker buckle. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. Tight ship stitch. The third loop is over. The fourth turn is to hook a chain stitch. Then hook a single crochet into each stitch. Finally hook a ship stitch. There are 15 stitches in this circle. Hook the first single crochet in place of the marked buckle. Marking buckle. The second single crochet. Third single crochet. Fourth single crochet. This lap is all single crochet. We'll hook it up together. Remove the marker when you're done with 15 single crochet hooks. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. Tighten the ship stitch. The fourth loop is over. 5 turns is to hook a chain stitch. Hook 3 more sets of 3 single crochet and a decrease stitch. Finally hook a ship stitch. There are 12 stitches in all. Now for the first set of 3 single crochet hooks. A decrease stitch. Decrease stitch means to decrease the first half of 2 stitches. Crochet hook a coil. Bring out the 2 first half stitches. Crochet hook another coil. Finish the remaining 2 coils. That's a decrease stitch. After the first set of hooks, there are 4 stitches. The second group, 3 single crochet, a decrease stitch, the third group had 3 single crochet, a decrease stitch, you can count them when you're done. It's not 12 stitches. Remove marker buckle. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. Tight ship stitch. The 5th loop is over. The 6th loop is to hook a chain stitch. Hook 3 more sets of 2 single crochet in the decrease stitch. Finally hook a ship stitch. There are 9 stitches in this circle. Now let's hook the first group. 2 single crochet, a decrease stitch, after the first set of hooks, there are 3 stitches. The second group had 2 single crochet, a decrease stitch, the second set of hooks is over. The third group had 2 single crochet, a decrease stitch, remove the marking clasp after the hook. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. Tight ship stitch. That's the end of the 6th loop. Laps 7 through 12 are the same. You start with a chain stitch. Then hook a single crochet into each stitch. Finally hook a ship stitch. Each circle is 9 stitches. We'll hook it up together. All single crochet, remove the marker after the 9 single crochet hooks in this circle. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. Tight ship stitch. That's the end of the 7th loop. Laps 8 through 12 are the same as lap 7. We'll hook it up together. Remove the marker after the single crochet on the 12th turn. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. Tight ship stitch. Here we're going to start with the filler cotton. A crochet hook can help. When the crochet hook comes out, Press down on the filler cotton, keep it from getting out. Just repeat the motion like this. Top half. This displace doesn't need filler cotton. I don't need to add too much down here. In this case. And then we hook the 13th circle. First hook a chain stitch. The crochet hook is then threaded through both symmetrical pins at the same time. We flatten the fabric like this. The crochet hook passes through two symmetrical pins at the same time to hook a single crochet. The crochet hook goes through the first stitch and the last stitch. So hook the first single crochet. Hook the second single crochet down. Third single crochet. Fourth single crochet. Hook a ship stitch after that. Leave 10 inches of wool. Disconnection. That's the end of one leg. We need to hook two legs all together. Now let's crochet a pair of wings. The crochet process combines this pattern and text. Let's hook it together. First look at the pattern. Here is the vagining. We start with this chain stitch, here. First look at the meaning of each pattern. It is explained here. The solid oval represents the ship stitch. The hollow oval represents the chain stitch. A cross represents the single crochet. This shape means increased stitch. This trapezoid is a half double crochet. A trapezoid with a slash is a double crochet. A trapezoid with two slashes in the middle is a triple crochet. Now let's go over to this picture. Different for each circle. The color to show the color. Now let's look at this graph. First, here's where to start. The first turn is to hook 11 chain stitch. Returns the second to last chain stitch. Pick the half stitch back and forth. To ship stitch to single crochet. To half double crochet to double crochet to triple crochet. That completes the first lap. Convey conven with the text of Vouv. You don't have to count the stitches. Now let's hook this first loop. Because it started out as a chain stitch. So we're gonna start with a slip knot. Then you can start the chain stitch. The way to tie a slip knot is to cross the threads. To form a shape like this. and thread it through the middle. Pull over. This creates a slip knot. The crochet hook goes through the circle. Pull the thread back. Make the circle bigger than the crochet hook. Bigger size. So we can start to do chain stitch. Hold up the wool with this hand. Hold this thread in your hand. Now we're going to hook 11 chain stitch. A chain stitch is a crochet hook wound around the thread. The crochet hook takes this coil out of this coil on the crochet hook. It forms a V-shaped shape here. This V-shaped stitch is the first chain stitch. Marking buckle. Then hook a second chain stitch. The third chain stitch. The fourth chain stitch. Fifth chain stitch. The sixth chain stitch. The seventh chain stitch. The eighth chain stitch. The ninth chain stitch. The 10th chain stitch. The 11th chain stitch. After hook, we can count if it's 11 V-shaped. Now that's where we hook up. Then return the second to last chain stitch. Let's find out. This is half of the penultimate chain stitch. This is half of the penultimate chain stitch. We start here and pick the half stitch down. Hook this part. The first is to hook a ship stitch. See that this position is skipping a chain stitch without a hook. On the penultimate chain stitch, pick the half stitch and start. Let's remove this needle. A crochet hook through this half stitch. Hook a ship stitch. Ship stitch is a crochet hook wound around the thread. The crochet hook puts this coil directly. Bring out the coil from the crochet hook. This one and this one are the stitches of a ship stitch. Generally, ship stitch will be tied. Marking buckle. Then hook a second ship stitch. Pick the half stitch down. Hook the second ship stitch. Then hook 2 single crochet. Pick the half stitch down. Hook a single crochet. A single crochet is a crochet hook wrapped around the thread. Bring out this half stitch. First, there are 2 coils on the crochet hook. A crochet hook with a second coil. Bring out the 2 coils on the crochet hook. This one is a single crochet. We're gonna need another single crochet. Crochet hook through the half stitch. Hook the second single crochet. And then to half double crochet. A half double crochet is a crochet hook wrapped around the thread. Crochet hook through the half stitch. Crochet hook a coil over here. There are now 3 coils on the crochet hook. Crochet hook another coil. Take all 3 of these coils. This one is a half double crochet. We're gonna hook another half double crochet. That's the end of the second half double crochet. Now we are hooked here. And then we're gonna hook a double crochet. A double crochet is a crochet hook wrapped around the thread. A crochet hook goes through this half of the stitch. Bring me a crochet hook. There are now 3 coils on the crochet hook. A crochet hook has a coil attached to it. Finish the first 2 coils. Now there are 2 coils on the crochet hook. Crochet hook another coil. Finish these 2 coils. This one is a double crochet. We're gonna hook another double crochet. The second is the double crochet. Now that's where we hook up. Then hook to triple crochet. A triple crochet is a crochet hook wound twice. There are now 3 coils on the crochet hook. A crochet hook goes through half a coil. Have a pin crochet hook to hook a coil over. There are now 4 coils on the crochet hook. Crochet hook a coil to complete the first 2 coils. There are now 3 coils on the crochet hook. Crochet hook a second coil to complete the 2 coils. Now there are 2 coils on the crochet hook. Crochet hook another coil. Finish the remaining 2 coils. This one is a triple crochet. We're gonna have to hook a second triple crochet. A crochet hook is wound twice. A crochet hook passes through half of the pin at this point of the mark. Remove marker buckle. That's half of the first chain stitch. Crochet hook a coil over here. There are now 4 coils on the crochet hook. Crochet hook a second coil to complete the first 2 coils. There are now 3 coils on the crochet hook. Crochet hook a second coil to complete the first 2 coils. The Y has 2 coils on the crochet hook. Crochet hook another coil. Finish the remaining 2 coils. That's a triple crochet. That's the end of the first loop. Take a look. After the hook is finished, it is a triangle shape. Now we are hooked here. This is what happens after the hook. And then we hook the second loop. That's this color. You can read it in combination with the text. First hook a chain stitch. A chain stitch. After hook, take a look at this one. This one has a separate V shape. It's the chain stitch that we just hooked. This is the last one. Last stitch on the first lap. Here. Now, let's start. Hook 8 single crochet stitches along this half of the previous circle. You can see here 8 single crochet anti-ship stitch. We can find this stitch first. Flip the fabric. A crochet hook goes through this stitch. This one is the stitch from the second circle. This is the last stitch from the last lap, so you can take a look at it. Here is the corresponding hook. Start with 8 single crochet hooks. It was the first single crochet. Marking buckle. The second single crochet. All we have to do is find this hole. Hook the third single crochet. Fourth single crochet. Fifth single crochet. The sixth single crochet. The seventh single crochet. The eighth single crochet. This is the end of 8 single crochet hooks. Then 2 ship stitches were started. Because of these 2 ship stitch, it's hooked on the ship stitch on the first turn. The stitches of ship stitch will be tight, so we can use a needle to loosen it. Now let's hook 2 ship stitches. Crochet hook through this stitch the first ship stitch. Ship stitch means to bring the thread directly out. This is a ship stitch. Hook a second ship stitch in place of the marked clasp. If it's too tight, we can do this with our hands. So the second ship stitch is finished. Now the hook is finished in this shape. It's fixed at this sharp corner. Now we hook here. It's just the second loop. And then the third circle is this color. First hook a chain stitch. Hook it down again. This part, it's actually the same as the first lap. First hook a chain stitch. Let's take a look. Just here we have a single V-shaped. I can see that this V-shaped is the chain stitch that we just hooked. This one is the last stitch from the last circle. That's the same stitch from the last circle. We start to hook along here. Part of the third lap. Hook to ship stitch first. Let's find this one stitch first. It's the last stitch from the last lap. Flip over. A crochet hook goes through the stitch. Hook up, ship stitch. Ship stitch as loose as possible. Marking buckle. Then hook a second ship stitch. People just hook the hole when they see it. Don't worry about that. To single crochet. Just find the hole to hook into. The first single crochet. The second single crochet. To half double crochet. Half double crochet is, a crochet hook is wound. A crochet hook goes through the stitch. Hook a coil over here. There are now 3 coils on the crochet hook. Crochet hook another coil. Take all 3 of these coils. That's a half double crochet. Hook another half double crochet. And then to double crochet. A crochet hook is wound. A crochet hook goes through a stitch. Hook a coil over here. There are now 3 coils on the crochet hook. Crochet hook a coil to complete the first 2 coils. Crochet hook another coil. Finish the remaining 2 coils. It's a double crochet. We're gonna hook another double crochet. Then hook to triple crochet. A crochet hook is wound twice. A crochet hook goes through a stitch. Crochet hook a coil over here. There are now 4 coils on the crochet hook. Crochet hook a coil to complete the first 2 coils. There are now 3 coils on the crochet hook. Crochet hook a second coil to complete the first 2 coils. Now there are 2 coils on the crochet hook. Crochet hook another coil. Finish the remaining 2 coils. That's a triple crochet. We're gonna hook another triple crochet. It's the same pin that marks the clasp. A crochet hook is wound twice. A crochet hook goes through a stitch. Crochet hook a coil over here. Crochet hook a coil to complete the first 2 coils. Crochet hook a second coil to complete the first 2 coils. Finally, a crochet hook is added. Finish the remaining 2 coils. That's the second triple crochet. We hooked up here and finished the third lap. That's it. This is the shape after the hook. It's a triangle. And then we hook the fourth circle. The fourth lap is actually the same as the second lap. In fact, there are 3 cycles like this. I like. First, hook a chain stitch. Hook a chain stitch. This is a chain stitch. This is the last stitch from the last round of the last stitch. And then we flip the fabric. Hook 8 single crochet in this direction. To ship stitch. Here on the last stitch of the last lap. Start with 8 single crochet hooks. This was the first single crochet with a marker buckle. The second single crochet. Third single crochet. Fourth single crochet. Fifth single crochet. The sixth single crochet. The seventh single crochet. The eighth single crochet. The eighth single crochet is due to. It's attached to the next ship stitch. So this stitch is going to vertice. Hook 2 ship stitches after that. The ship stitch is where the ship stitch from the last circle is hooked. So let's loosen the stitch first. The first ship stitch. Hook a second ship stitch in place of the mark clasp. After hook. Now we are hooked here. This loop is finished. To this position. This is what happens after the hook. And then we hook the fifth circle. It's with this part. It's the same thing as this part. First hook a chain stitch. Find the last stitch from the last circle. Flip fabric. Then hook to ship stitch. The first ship stitch. Marking buckle. Second ship stitch. Just look for the hole under the hook. Two single crochet. To half double crochet. To double crochet. To triple crochet. Here we are now. This is what happens after the hook. And then we hook the last loop. That's circle 6. The 6th circle is the hook to chain stitch. The first chain stitch. Second chain stitch. Returns the second to last chain stitch. Here we hook a ship stitch. We just hook these 2 chain stitch. This is the penultimate chain stitch. The penultimate chain stitch. We go back here and hook a ship stitch. This is what happens after the hook. Then we cross-reference the stitches from the previous round. To hook 9 single crochet. Because the heel of the stitch is closer together. So we're going to omit the single crochet here. Right here on these 2 stitches. To hook an increase stitch. Let's leave it at that for now. Start with 9 single crochet hooks in this direction. Start with a single crochet or 2, and then we hook it with Y. Now we flip the fabric. Along here. This first and last stitch. It's the last stitch from the last circle right here. Start with 9 single crochet hooks. 2 single crochet hooks and wire. The first single crochet. There's no need to add a button here, because when we hook this circle, it's over. The second single crochet. Now let's add the wire first. Let's see about how long the cuts are. After you cut it, to keep this one wire from scratching your hand. So let's fold this head. Fold it in. Now we'll thread the wire through. This can be adjusted later. Just add the wire first. Then go down and hook a single crochet. We just hooked a single crochet. Now hook the third single crochet. Now when you hook it, put the wire on the crochet hook. Wrap the wire in it. Fourth single crochet. Press the wire onto the fabric. Fifth single crochet. Just keep the wire against the fabric. The 6th single crochet. The 7th single crochet. The 8th single crochet. The 9th single crochet. Finish the 9th single crochet, that's where the button is. Mark the position of the buckle, that's the first ship stitch in this circle. Here we just talked about this single crochet. Let's omit it, because this place is small. So we can just single crochet it right here. And then it's an increased stitch. Right where the button is marked, hook an increased stitch here. So we took off the marker. The crochet hook passes through the mark. Again, the wire should be placed on top of the fabric. It's a crochet hook with an increased stitch on it. Increased stitch is 2 single crochet hooks in the same stitch. This is the first single crochet in this stitch. The crochet hook goes through the hole again. Same hole hook, second single crochet. This is an increased stitch. Just 2 single crochet hooks in the same hole, here. This is an increased stitch. There are 2 stitches after the hook. And then we're right in the middle of a triangle. There's a hole here. Here's another increased stitch. Next triangle. Right in the middle here a hole, hook, hooks, and increased stitch. Now let's find out. This is a triangle. This is the middle triangle. This is the triangle over here. We would just weave the first triangle. There's an increased stitch here. Now we're going to very right weave the middle triangle. Look for a hole right here at the top. Hook an increased stitch here. And next door here. Look for a hole at the top. Find the hole on the top and hook an increased stitch. Now we're going to hook this increased stitch. It's right with the middle triangle right here. It's just a hole to hook through. The top hole. Hook another increased stitch. Next hole, here. Hook another increased stitch. After the hook, it's a curved one. Now we are hooked here. And then we're on the other side. Let's hook 10 single crochet. The hook process is also to wrap the wire to hook. I wish we were looking for a hook. Like a hole right here. That's how you get your single crochet. This is the first hole. Press the wire onto the fabric. Hook the first single crochet. Go down and find the hole. Hook the second single crochet. Third single crochet. Fourth single crochet. Fifth single crochet. The sixth single crochet. The seventh single crochet. The eighth single crochet. The wire we want him to be shorter than the fabric is good. That's how you hide it. The 9th single crochet. The 10th single crochet, it's just the last hole where it's still hooked. After hook, wire, we read about where we are. So he hid in the end of the wire here. We could just shove it in. Now we are hooked here. And then we hook 2 more chain stitches. A chain stitch. 2 chain stitch. Then return the second to last chain stitch. Hook a ship stitch. This is the penultimate chain stitch. The penultimate chain stitch. Here we hook a ship stitch. That's the end of the hook. Here we'll just leave the thread and sew it up. About 10 inches of wool. This connection. Now let's tie this wire to this wire. Tie 2 knots. Tensioning. Tie 1 more knot. Then we hide the unwanted end of the yarn. The way to hide the thread is to find a double layer of fabric nearby. Thread the needle in the middle. This is this side. Flip over and have a look. It's also unworn. That's where you hide the thread between the 2 faces. Cut the thread. One wing is finished. We can pull it like this. Let's make it bigger. We're gonna hook 2 wings all together. With 2 wings hooked like this. Now we hook another piece. Now we hook the 2 tail fins. This is the shape after the hook. Hook process. Combine this one figure and text with our tutorial to crochet. First of all, the symbols will explain the verb. We've solved that before. I won't repeat it here. Now let's look at this graph. This is where I start crocheting. This piece is the first circle. This color is the second circle. Third circle of this color. This color is the 4th circle. First of all, the first round is to hook 9 chain stitch. You can read it in combination with the text. First hook 9 chain stitch. Return the second to last chain stitch. Start with 8 single crochet hooks. Now let's hook the first loop. Before hooking the chain stitch, we need to bring a slip knot first. The way to tie a slip knot is to cross the threads. Run the thread through the middle. Pull up this thread. This creates a slip knot. The crochet hook goes through the circle. Pull the thread back. Hold up the wool with this hand. So we can start crocheting. The first is to hook 9 chain stitch. The first chain stitch. Marking buckle. Second chain stitch. The third chain stitch. Fourth chain stitch, fifth chain stitch. The sixth chain stitch, the seventh chain stitch, the eighth chain stitch. The ninth chain stitch. Return the penultimate chain stitch after the hook. Pick the half stitch to start with 8 single crochet. The penultimate chain stitch. The penultimate chain stitch. Pick the half stitch down from here to hook a single crochet. A crochet hook through this half stitch. Hook the first single crochet. Marking buckle. Pick the half stitch down. Hook a single crochet. Pick the half stitch. Hook a single crochet. There are 8 single crochet hooks. The last single crochet, that's where the hook came from. Now we're done on the first turn. Hook right here. After the hook is finished, this is the shape of a long strip. And then the second loop is a chain stitch. First hook a chain stitch. And then a single crochet at the end of the previous lap. Start to hook. But we have to pick the half stitch. Take a look. This is the one we just hooked. Chain stitch for the second circle. This one is the last stitch from the last lap. And then we have to pick half a stitch. You pick half the stitches all the way down here. That's the half on this side to hook a single crochet. There are 8 single crochet hooks. We found this location. Flip over. A crochet hook goes through this 1.5 stitches. Hook the first single crochet. Marking buckle. Look down for half a stitch. That's what it looks like, there's a hole. And then we crochet hook. That's half the hook. I don't care about the other half. Hook the second single crochet. Hook like this. Hook this half of the stitch. The other half. That leaves the other half. Don't worry about this one. Hook a single crochet. Hook all the way to the mark button. A single crochet works like this. A crochet hook picks half the stitch. The last single crochet marks the position of the buckle. Pick half the stitches. Hook a single crochet. This is what happens after the hook. Now we're here after the second loop. Then the third loop is to hook to chain stitch. The first chain stitch. Second chain stitch. Returns the second to last chain stitch. Pick the half stitch. Hook 3 ship stitch. Have a look. This is half the stitch of the penultimate chain stitch. We're here on the penultimate chain stitch. Pick the half stitch to hook the ship stitch. And then you pick half the stitches. The first ship stitch. This is a general stitch. This is the other half. The first ship stitch. Because then we don't have to hook into this position, so there's no need for a marking button. Pick the half stitch down. This is the other first half of the stitch. Hook the second ship stitch. Pick the half stitch down. Hook the third ship stitch. Now hook it here. Next, 6 single crochet hooks. Pick the half stitch, 2. This is the other half stitch. The first single crochet. The second single crochet. Third single crochet. Fourth single crochet. Fifth single crochet. The sixth single crochet. It started right where the button was marked. Pick the half stitch, 2. Hook a single crochet. This is what happens after the hook. Now we hook here. That's the end of the third loop. The fourth turn is to hook a chain stitch. Followed by a single crochet on the previous lap. Start picking the half stitch to hook. Start with 3 single crochet hooks. Hook 3 more ship stitches. Let's find it first. This is this circle, which is when we're on the fourth loop of the hook. I just hooked this chain stitch. That's the last stitch from the last lap. We're gonna pick half. That's the half that started the hook down. Let's find this position. Flip over. Let's start with 3 single crochet hooks. The first single crochet. The second single crochet. Pick the half stitch to hook it. Third single crochet. 3 ship stitch, followed. Also pick the half stitch. After the hook is finished, hook a ship stitch to leave the thread. Leave 10 inches of yarn broken. And that's it. Take a look. This stitch and a half is where we missed the hook. This one, too. Now let's thread this thread over here. Because when we sew it up here. Look for places with double layers of fabric, or one stitch at a time like this. Up and down this way. And that brings the thread over here. And that's the end piece. We're gonna hook 2 of them. There are 2 hooks to be hooked. Now when we're done crocheting all the parts, I started assembling it. First, figure out where the front of the head and body are, then sew the bodies are 30 to the heads are 1/6. There's a connection back here. That's where we hook the ship stitch. Here is the back. Because it's curved, so we usually go to the middle. This place in the middle is the back. Look up there, too. It's about this place. So the head to the body like this. The number of stitches here is the same as the number of stitches here. So when we closed it up, it's a stitch for stitch. Now we determine the general direction of the hook. Start stitching. First put the thread on the needle. Now we're going to start stitching. One stitch on top and one on top. Tension wire. Just like that, stitch by stitch. And this is the same stitch that wasn't stitched. We'll finish the circle in this way. The sewing is at the end. Any needle in here. And put the needle through anywhere. Tie a knot. The way you tie a knot is like this. Press the needle and wind the thread twice or 3 times. Put pressure on this coil. Pull the needle out. This forms a knot. Through the same hole. Head the knot in. Cut the thread. Now the head and body are sewn together. This is the front. Horns. Attach the 2 horns to the sides of the head at a 3 or 4. We need to find the center line right in front of us. The way to find that is to look at it. Once we've sewed the head to the body, on the back there will be a thread connecting the head here. This is where the shape stitch is. The body will also have a thread like this. We're gonna tear white to put this line on the back. So find the center line on the front. Like inside this range. You can see where the 2 connect. Such as. Now let's consider the head and the body together. The position of these 2 lines. Now let's just make sure that this one is heads. Once you've determined the heads, let's determine the center line. This is the position of the center point of the first circle. We can find a positive like this. Find the center line. Once the center line of the head is determined, then the center line of the body. Just refer to the center line of the head to determine. Once you've identified the center line, we're going to sew our feet to the sides of our heads. On either side of laps 3 through 4. We count laps like this. This is the first lap. Lap 2, lap 3, lap 4. The feet are stitched onto these 2 loops. Tear white to keep the same angle on both sides. I'm trying to go in this direction. Don't just keep it up. After setting the direction, we'll start stitching it up. Now we're done on this side and this is the direction. So when you sew this side, also refer to the direction of this side. And this corner it also has a connecting yarn. That's where we shape stitch. Put this line in the back, too. It'll look better on the front. We only need 4 spots when we sew. 1, 2, 3, 4. First of all, let's go in here and then. Right here on the diagonal. Because it's easier to sew at a distance. Too close. Because the needle is too long to sew. Put the yarn that joins this line on the back and thread it in. This is a position we've already decided on. And then go across. Tension wire. Put another stitch in the position corresponding to the place. And then we're gonna sew these two sides. But because of the proximity, we can do it somewhere else first. Find a place to get a needle. Then come in through the same hole. Back to where we want to sew. Find the right corner for the needle. Also find a place to transition outside. Come in through the same hole to where we want to V. This is because this place is relative to this place. It's closer to the inside. So we wear it from the inside here. And then you put the needle in the outside. After the 4 dots, we pull the thread tight. The direction of the foot is Ctrl-V while the tightness of the line. Then tie a knot on the outside. Hold down the line you just slit. Right through the same hole right here. You can wear it a little further, head the knot in like this. Cut the thread. Both corners are sewn the same way. This is what it looks like after you sew it. Ears. Sew the 2 ears onto the sides of the head either 7 or 10. The direction of the ears is like this. Which side to use? You can choose for yourself. Find the side you like. Now let's get the ears in place. That's under the 2 corners. It's on either side of laps 7 through 10. Let's count. Lap 1, lap 2, lap 3, lap 4, lap 5, lap 6, lap 7. Then it's right here. Lap 7, lap 8, lap 9, lap 10. On this, let's settle both sides first. The heel is on the same line. We'll cross it up when we're done. Take a look. This side is finished. This is what it looks like after you sew it. It's the 4 dots. Now let's show you. Let's take a look. There is a short yarn here. There is a long wool thread here. Find the position of the short yarn. Put the needle through first. Then thread the needle to this side of the long yarn. Thread the thread into the needle. Don't leave this thread too long. Then pull the needle over. Bring the short yarn to the side of the long yarn. Now the 2 wires are in the same place. Now we tie the 2 threads together into knots. In this case, then we hide the short yarn in. Because then we use long wool to sew. Now we're in the same place. Right here in the hole where the long line is and the broken line is. Needle through. Again, thread through the needle and here's the short yarn. And then bring the thread in. This already hides the short yarn in. We can hide it just to be safe. Right here in the same hole. This will cut the thread. Then we sew with long wool. Now we come in the same hole here. To the middle. Lean on this side of this point, because this way the distance is longer. It's easier to get a needle. Pull over. And then through the ear. Just wear a little bit. Let's say we have a line here. Such a line. Come through. In the same place. We just got out of the same hole we put the needle in here. You can stretch it a little bit on the outside. Then come in through the same hole. Go back to the next place we want to sew. If you don't want to keep dropping stitches, you can tie a knot here. In turn, pierce the ear in the right place. Stay as close to the bottom as possible. Will look better. And then through the same hole. We just got the needle out of this hole. Here is outside. Now is the tightness through this line. To control the direction of the ears, we're supposed to keep our ears up. And then tie a knot here. And put the knot through the same hole here. Head the knot in. Cut the thread. This way the ears are finished. This is what it looks like when it's finished. I'm sewing these 4 points. After heating up the glue strip, stick the eyes between R6 or 8 on the head. Make sure there's a 6-stitch gap between the centers of the 2 eyes. The white dots on the eyes represent light, so keep them facing the same direction. First we need to locate the eyes. This is lap 6 through 8. It's in this position. This is the eye and this is the center line of the face and head. Look at the center line of the head. We'll find it on lap 7. That's the center line of the eye right here. Because our eyes are in circle 6 and circle 7, the one above the 8th circle, so the center line is just above the 7th circle. And then the center point position. This is on a stitch. There are 7 stitches between the center of each eye. So the center point here is a stitch. Then we count 3 more stitches. 1, 2, 3, 3 stitches. Counting stitches is like this. Look at 1 hole, 2 holes, 3 holes. Let's count it this way. This will determine the location of the center point of the eye. Our eyes are relatively large, so the center point is in the middle. And let's look at this. There is a white spot above the eye. The white dots above the 2 eyes represent the direction of the light. So these 2 white dots have to look in the same direction. Now let's heat the tape. Glue one's eyes. You can do a little bit of a swing. Take a look at the eye range. Place a positioning pin around the eye first. That way the eyes won't go off course. And we have this white dot right here. The white dot over here is also in this position. Now let's heat the tape. It's best to find something slanted. Hold your head in place like this. It's easier for us to stick to our eyes. Now we heat the tape. You don't need to glue too much. Just stick it in the middle of your eye, so the glue doesn't seep out. Before the glue sets, you need to glue your eyes back on quickly. Press for a moment. If there's any extra glue, we'll just take it off when it dries. If people find out they're stuck in the wrong place, you can heat this place with a blower. Let the glue melt and remove the eye. If there's glue on this fabric after you take it off, we can also heat the fabric. Remove the glue once it has melted. Now let's glue the other side. Other side, we also put a needle around the outside of the eye first. Locate the white spot with your eyes. Both sides have to be consistent. Now heat the strip. Don't get burned by the glue. That's how you get your eyes glued. Hands. Show the hands onto the sides of the body at our 27 to 29. We need to locate the center line of the body first. It's based on the center line of the head. That's how you find it. The hands are sewn on both sides of the 27th to 29th circle of the body. Let's count. 2, 4, 6, 8, 12. 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24. 26. This is 27. We are to sew on the sides of 27, 28, and 29. The direction of the hand is slanted downward. The hand also has such a connection place. That's where the shape stitch is. Put it inside. Both hands should be the same distance from the center line. We can do this. Have a look. See if the distance and direction are the same. The direction of the hand looks like this. That's where it's slanted. So the hand is slanted down. Be symmetrical on both sides. Once we have a location, let's sew it up. This side of the hand looked like this after we sewed. When you sew these 4 points. Where is this thread? Just sew this spot first, and then to this side. Back to the middle. In the middle of the seam, we can make the transition outside. Now let's close up. The wall of this place, don't leave too much, to prevent dropped coals. Or you can tie a loose knot here. So now we put the needle in the corresponding position. Put the needle on the other side. Cross it at the point of the hand. At the same point or the next point. This can be adjusted according to the results we want. We can make the transition outside. And then we go back through the same hole to where we want to V, which means 2 more dots in the middle. Make sure you position your hand as you sew. Make the transition outside and then come back. It must be the same hole in the same hole right here. It'll be ready when you're done. But first, to keep this hand from going out, we usually add another shot in front of it. It's close to this line. Here we're going to fix it again. The direction of this stitch, we need to determine it based on the direction of the hand. Find the corresponding position on the hand side, but don't cross this side. Just one side through the fabric. Take a look. This side is not to be crossed. Give a pull. Find the exact spot on your body and apply the needle. Then hide the thread on the back. That way the hand won't turn out. Tie a knot. Hide the knot in. Sew my hands are done. Feet. Attach the feet to the body at rating 21, slightly towards the back on both sides. First of all, we need to determine the center line. Now the center line, we can follow the hand like this. After the two hands are joined, this is where the center point is. Go down like this. We have the same kind of angle. This shape sticks this place. Connecting this place, it's also hiding it inside. Laying in. There's nothing out there. Now let's find the feet. It was above laps 18 through 21. Let's count. This is the 18th lap. 18, 19, 20, 21, that's the range. On this, the feet are a little further back than the hands. You can position yourself in the front. Take a look at the effect. It's also slanting down. After confirming the good effect, use the locator pin to hold it down. One side is determined and the other side is symmetrical. The same is true. Put your feet together. If you look at it, it's asymmetrical. We'll close up when we're sure. We finished sewing this side. In fact, the method of sewing is the same as the hand. Again, sew 4 dots. Here in the middle. One more shot in here. First we thread the needle. Don't leave the thread too long. You can tie a knot here first. Prevent drop calls. In turn, a stitch here. Put another needle on this side. I want you to decide where the sides are. Make sure you're in position as you sew. Here we can make the transition outside. Come back. Back to the middle. You can go straight through the nail like this. One more stitch. Let's make the transition outside. Come back. Then make a stitch in the front about here. When I was looking for this position, so we can look at it like this. Where is the body? Let's see what the corresponding angle is in this way. And then you can put another stitch on the outside like that. Just go outside. Then go back to your body and find the right place to apply the needle. So your feet don't roll out too much. But don't sew too much, because you can move around flexibly. Tie a knot. Hide the knot in. Cut the wire end. In this way, both feet are finished. Wings. Sew the 2 wings onto the back, centered between R23 R24. The wings are sewn like this. It's on the back. Both wires are in the middle, here. The front looks like this. Now we're looking for a place to sew. The first thing is to determine the position of the center line directly behind. Again, it starts with the head. We can do this. From the front, the center line of the eye looks like this. Look straight back in this direction. Find the right back of your body. The hands and feet should also be considered directly behind the body. This line between the hand and the foot up here. After finding it, let's count it again. It's between the 23rd and 24th turn of the body. For 6, 8, 12, 14. 16, 18. 22. This is right here between 32 and 24. Right here at this point. That means it crosses the points. This is the place to vy. Let's locate it first. The point where the two wings meet. That's the point we were looking for. Now let's locate the two wings. Then look ahead. According to the angle we want. To orient the wings. See if you want it flat or slanted. Again, the previous point. The angles on that sides should be symmetrical. You can see it's pointy here. This is more round. We can press it like this. Because we have wire net, we can adjust the shape according to the effect we want. The angles on that sides should be symmetrical. Once we know where the wing stitches are, we'll start stitching it up. This wing suture is more flexible. Because we don't want to sew too much. It also makes the wing movable. All we have to do is sew here. It'll probably take a few stitches. Again, tie a knot first. Let's take this point first. So, and then in this range. The range of this triangle, we can sew whatever we want. Don't sew too much. We can make the transition outside. Come back. Let's look at the front angle again. Make a transition in front of me. Here we convey. One more shot in this place. Then you can hide the thread. See if the front two wings are symmetrical. And it's flexible. You can tie a knot here. Hide the knot in. Then the wings are sewn. The back side looks like this. The front looks like this. Tail fins. Sew the two tail fins diagonally downward on the back of the tail either 1 or 5. The direction of the two tail fins is like this. We're gonna sew it diagonally down here at the tail. First, let's determine the location. The way we sew is piece by piece. In order to make the direction as oblique as possible, so, for example, the first piece of sewing looks like this. Right here, as close as you can get. The top is as close to this convenient direction as possible. That's how he went in this direction. After sewing one piece, the other side overlaps, and the bottom here overlaps. And then it's as close to the outside as possible. In this case, now let's start sewing. We set up a location. This can be this way. It's here on the far left. This is the far right. Let's take the short one first. Thread it to the long thread here. Now we can we must not go in the opposite direction. This curved one is on top. Once we have a location, you can go up a little bit. Once we have a location, thread the short thread in. Bring over. And tie these two wires together. It's going to tighten. You can tie 2 more knots. We don't need to worry about this line. We'll just have to hide it in the end. Then we use this long yarn to sew. Let's reorient ourselves. The front looks like this. Now we're going to sew in this direction. Come in at the same hole. Put 2 stitches in the middle. Don't worry about this thread. Finally, we'll just hide it inside. After 2 stitches, find a place to tie the knot. Tibetan lined. Note, do not cross this front when we sew. Don't go through the front here. Let's reorient ourselves. It's sloping down. The front looks like this. Don't pull the thread too tight. Now we can tie the knot here. Then hide the knot in. Cut the thread. And then we hide this thread in. Same hole here. Put the needle through first. Then thread the thread to the needle. Hide the thread in. We can also use a crochet hook for this thread. Hook it again. And now you're down on one side. Look at the front. Now let's sew the other side. Same approach. Everyone must show direction. Get it right. This down here is overlapping. Because there's this tail overlapping underneath. It's going further down. Same, let's start with. Hide the short yarn over here. One more circle up. Let's see if we're in the right position. There's a long line in the right place. Then tie it down. Don't worry about this line for now. Use long thread to sew. Come in at the same hole. Put it where we want it. Attention everyone, make sure you don't wear this side, here. The next step is to tear white to put two pieces together. So this way tear white to make it come together. And finally here on the first lap. One more stitch. First circle, here, we can sew these two places together at the bottom. Get them closer together. And go through right here. Pull the thread tight. Can continue. Take a look. Keep going down. Same side here. Put another needle down. And then in the same position over here. Thread a needle. Pull to the side as much as possible. This is gonna pull this place a little tighter. Let the tail look like this. Closer and closer to this place. Be symmetrical on both sides. The front looks like this. These are the 2 stitches we just filled. Now we'll put it in the middle here again. Go back to the back to hide the line. Tie a knot. Hide the knot in. Cut the thread. And hide this wire in here. Because this thread is short, we can thread the needle first. And thread it through again. Plug in the thread. And then the tail is finished. We can put this thread in, too. Sometimes you can use a crochet hook. That'll finish the tail. After sewing, it's a direction and shape like this. And now this lovely dragon is finished. Now let's show you. After the first yarn was used up, 11 grams left. So we have plenty of wool for trial and error. We can make many different colors of the dragon that are very beautiful. Different colors have different feelings. It can be sent to different people. Wear different bags.